two.
time,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Go back to the agenda.
All right, we'll go back to the agenda of the regular
Forgive
meeting
me.
of May 3rd, 2023. Roll call.
Trustee Barkey, Trustee Williams, Trustee Williams, Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Valdez.
Here.
Okay, and then approval of the regular meeting of April 12th. Roll call. Motion.
Motion a second.
I'll make a motion, so moved.
Second.
Trustee Barkey,
Yes.
Trustee Williams, Trustee Sparks.
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Valdez.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, now, Nina, do we have any comment cards?
There are none.
All right. So now we're going to take a recess, go into closed session, and we'll have student appeal hearings on closed session items. Thank you. Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody, to the Orange County Board of Education. We're going to move a few things around, but we'll just follow our lead, and we'll all be good. First, I'd like to call for our invocation, Jan Killy. Oh, right there, the microphone, yeah.
I talk loud. Okay, everybody, please bow your hand. O Lord, thank you for your wisdom. Look over this assembly, guide us, and let us act in unity, not as one. And let this board and everybody who support them do good for our children and for the state. Amen.
Thank you. Could you please give us your name, sir?
Jan, Y-A-N, last name is K-I-L-L-Y.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Jan. Because one of our award winners is not quite here yet, we're going to go ahead and move the consent calendar up first and approve that, if you'll just bear with us, and then hopefully they will trickle in.
I'll second it, and if I can make a motion to suspend our rules from the original adoption to pull item number 11 for a special presentation.
And I'll second that.
Okay,
Do we need a roll call?
Do we need roll call for that,
yeah,
to move that around? Okay.
Trustee Barkey,
Yes.
Trustee Williams,
yes.
Trustee Sparks,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Valdez.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you do the
Now
consent calendar.
we'll do the consent calendar. Motion
One
to
through 10, and then I'll do it.
Okay. Motion to approve consent calendar 1 through 10.
I'll second that.
Oh,
Or I'll move it. I'll
Move it.
move it. Sorry, I will move it.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call?
Trustee Barkey,
Yes.
Trustee Williams,
yes.
Trustee Sparks.
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Valdez.
Yes.
Okay. And now do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
You make the
for
motion.
number
You got
11.
it. Okay.
I'll second it.
Very good. Discussion.
Do you have any discussion on item 11?
Madam President, if I may read the proclamation and give a little bit of background before the final vote on this proclamation. This proclamation is from a constituent in the city of Irvine in honor of Ahmad Shah Masoud, who is known as the Afghan Napoleon or Lion of Panjshir, who was a founding member and father of the resistance against the Soviet invasion in the 80s and against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in the 1990s. And what this proclamation states is that we're recognizing an individual who is a legendary guerrilla leader who was staunchly anti-communist and anti-terrorist in his effort to go up against the dark, evil influences there in Afghanistan. And it reads on that he was unreviled in his devotion to his people and his country and to the legacy that lives on until this day, until he was assassinated by Al-Qaeda just 2 days prior to 9/11. The County Board of Education recognizes Ahmad Masoud as an inspiration for a United States organization called Vets for NRF. It's a Nebraska nonprofit that is involved in helping the people of in Afghan, where 800,000 American veterans are, or who have endured an Operation Enduring Freedom. And this organization continues to improve the relationship between that good country and this great country here called the United States of America. Ahmad, if I may read on, the proclamation states that Mr. Masoud inspired the formation of the Masoud Foundation USA that provides meals, water, and education to women and children in Afghanistan. If I can have the former mayor, great mayor of Irvine, Christina Shea, and her grandson, if you want to come up here. Christina is going to give a little bit of background to Masoud, and this is the proclamation that you will give to his son.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate our board here to support our efforts that we've been working on with the Legend Group. Our city council in the city of Irvine has provided a proclamation, so has Newport Beach and many other cities and across the country. It's a real wave that we're trying to promote to support this effort. And my grandson's here to videotape me. So I really appreciate a moment to let me share a few thoughts. So Known as Afghan Napoleon, Ahmad Masoud is the national hero of Afghanistan and a strong protector of his people. The late Commander Masoud fought to defend his people not only against the aggression of the Soviet Union, but also against the first wave of the terrorist Taliban regime and its ally Al-Qaeda that was planning to carry out attacks on America. After liberating Afghanistan from Russian occupation, Masoud worked tirelessly to rebuild Afghanistan. Commander Masoud was assassinated 2 days before 9/11 in a pre-planned and coordinated attack and also on our American homeland. Around the world, Commander Masoud is known and celebrated for protecting women's rights and their right to an education, which brings us to asking for this proclamation today. Today, the terrorist Taliban regime has once again banned young girls from schools and universities. Afghanistan has been turned into a prison for women and a paradise for terrorists. This Orange County Board of Education proclamation will give hope to young girls in Afghanistan that we, the people of America, stand with them in their struggle for freedom, in their struggle for justice, and in their struggle to return to schools to create a better future for their generations to come. And once again, I can't tell you how much I so appreciate all your efforts. I know it's a little bit out of your jurisdictional oversight, but it's something that really supports a much important effort across the United States and globally. And thank you so very much. And thank you, Matt, for doing the video. Thank you.
So now we'll, in the discussion, we'll vote.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And do we have any discussion or comments from trustees? No? Okay. Do you have a motion?
There was a motion, I made it, and I think it was seconded.
I seconded.
Okay, so we'll call for a vote.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Congratulations. Okay, at this point, I'd like to announce the Sunburst. We have a very special Pledge of Allegiance today at this month's meeting, announcing the Sunburst Youth Academy Color Guard presentation of flags. And Dr. Williams is, after that, he's going to do additional introductions because he's been involved with this process for many, many years. Ken, do you want to?
Okay, come first.
Left turn, march! Present! Color!
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ready, cut! Right turn, march! Forward, march! Order! Go! Order! Cut!
You may be seated. My name is Dr. Ken Williams. I'm a trustee here, and I sit on this board since 1996. It's been a pleasure. And is this not on?
We can hear you now.
Now you can hear me. My name is Dr. Ken Williams. I'm a trustee here in the Board of Education since 1996, and it's been a pleasure and honor to serve the people of Orange County. Ted Udasal was a little bit of the inspiration of this board, and it represents the board's vision for America and for our youth and for what we want to inspire upon them, and that's a love for this country and for the and a patriotism that is secondary to none. And these young men and women who are here were exemplary in their demonstration of such love for them. Those individuals are from the Sunburst Academy, which is a part of a charter school that was passed, Nina, help me out, was about 20 years ago that we approved that charter school, and it's right now at the Los Alamitos Military Joint Air Base there. And these young women are the kids that were in trouble with law. They were the adjudicated youth. They were the kids that stood out and unfortunately didn't comply with all the laws and the rules of school and got into trouble with the law. And a good judge who sat there in Orange County said, you have an option. You can go and be incarcerated. You can go to a military base and learn about self-conservancy, self-discipline, and get yourself a good education at the same time, or you can go into a place of incarceration, and they, of course, chose the best, and that's to go to the Sunburst Academy. So my hat is off to the military commanders there. Thank you, sir. Could you stand? Come on, you all have to stand up. This is part of the cadre and the leadership there at Sunburst that is imparting great educational knowledge and skills and critical thinking skills, but also a love for this country. And it's they are the spark plugs of in the future. They are the kids that we're passing that baton to. So thank you again, sir, for your leadership in providing those kids what they need to be successful in the future. Part of today, each and every May, we pay tribute to an individual by the name of Jack Hammett. Jack was the founder of the Freedom Committee of Orange County and helped me out here. Jim, how long ago was it that the Freedom Committee of Orange County was founded? 25 years?
At least 25.
Yeah, at least 25 years ago. Jack was a neighborhood name. Everybody knew who Jack Hammett was here in Costa Mesa. He was a former mayor and just was involved in every single aspect of our community. And he formed the Freedom Committee of Orange County, which tonight we honor. And for those military veterans who are here, we will ask you to stand and Jim will introduce you. But today is in honor of Jack Hammett. Jack passed away in 2014, I believe. And we had originally just made this a day in honor that we'd celebrate America and celebrate our patriotism and love for this country. And then when he passed away, we officially named it the Jack Hammett Essay. And what we do here is we give the opportunity for our kids in our programs to write an essay. And that essay is chosen amongst the teachers to best represent what honors Memorial Day and what it represents to the students. And when you read these essays, they're very moving. Sometimes they move you to tears. So that's one category. And the other category is pictures and art. So that's more for the younger kids, but they draw pictures in honor and remembering Memorial Day. So this is a tradition we've had going on at this board for 14, 15 years at least. Sometimes we forget the amount of years. But it's my honor to ask to come up James Grimm, who is the Vice President of the Freedom Committee of Orange County. He is a former helicopter pilot for the U.S. Army. And, sir, thank you for your service, and thank you for being here. I will turn the rest of the program to you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, Dr. Sparks, trustees, and honored guests. It's really a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm representing the Freedom Committee, as the other four gentlemen are as well. Scott Williams, who is the president of the Freedom Committee, is not available. His mother passed away recently. She was 104 years old. And he's caught up in trying to put together to honor her life. And he's working on that with his brothers at this moment. An interesting fact about his mother is that she had 6 children, 15 grandkids, and 22 great-grandkids.
Wow.
Really awesome. So they expect in excess of 80 people to be there for a celebration of life. But we're here for Jack Hammett, the Jack Hammett Award that you give. And that's an honor really for the Freedom Committee, not just Jack. But there's so much that can be said about Jack Hammett as a man. He was a leader of many. He was a family man, and he was a highly decorated World War II veteran. Jack was a friend to all who knew him. I only had the honor of meeting him and being with him maybe for 2 years. When Jack was basically on his deathbed, I gave my first presentation at the Freedom Committee, and he asked somebody else, said, "How did Jim do?" They said, "He did pretty good, Jack." And he said, "But not as good as me, right?" Jack always had a humor. He really, truly did. But Jack was a Pearl Harbor survivor. He was a former Costa Mesa mayor. He died in 2014 at the age of 94. He was also the founder of the Freedom Committee. And we're here to proliferate the Freedom Committee by virtue of our membership. We have men and women, all services, all ages. We have no ladies here tonight, but we have an active group. We meet once a month here in Costa Mesa, and we have a great time. And we actually have somebody from our group who will present to the crowd, to the group, because we vet our veterans before they go to a school. So if a veteran goes into Costa Mesa High School, it says he has a Purple Heart, he darn well better have a Purple Heart, because we do that. That's our job. So we want to make sure that's correct. The Freedom Committee of Orange County is a 501c3 nonprofit, and it's an organization of veterans. We all volunteer our time. Nobody's paid. It's our mission to bring the Living History program into the classrooms, and by sharing our stories of all generations and services. And we just really enjoy it. We embrace it tremendously. But it's an honor to be here tonight because you have a special award that you're giving. And in conjunction with what you're doing, the Freedom Committee, and I'm going to let one of our members, John Williams, tell you a little bit about it. We have another program that's for an essay contest, but it's about Fred Whitaker, who was co-host to Jack starting the program. And he was a World War II veteran. So we put together a program that follows in suit what you do. So we We just selected today the winner, and we'll be making that presentation coming up. So that's for the Newport Costa Mesa High Schools. I'd like to introduce the veterans that are with me so that we don't take too much of your time. I have Tim Richards, Captain, United States Army. You want to say anything? Do you want to say anything?
In the Army, we have a rule that you have to have education. So if you join the military and you think that school's over, it's not. Every sergeant, as he goes through his progression of ranks, has to go to a certain school. And so education is continuous in the military. Thank you.
Dwight Hanson, United States Marine Corps, Lance Corporal, right? Okay.
Aloha. So real quickly, I just wanted to let you know, the Freedom Committee, our mission is to pass the torch of liberty on to future generations. We've spoken to over 300,000 students in the last 10 to 15 years. So it's a passion of ours to go out to the schools and let them know. The other thing is not only Jack, but our founders were D-Day, Pearl Harbor, Navy Cross recipient, D-Day Medal of Honor recipient, Silver Star, Bronze Stars. These are the gentlemen that founded our committee and that gave us the strength to build from and to pass that torch on to future generations. And something that Jack would always say at the end of his presentations, he'd look at the boys and girls and he goes, "Can y'all do me a favor?" And of course they would say yes. He'd go, "Will you please take care of my country for me?" So that's something we need to remember. We need to take care of our country. And real quickly, Jack was not only at Pearl Harbor, Jack was at D-Day. So he was both at Pearl Harbor at the beginning and then the huge push into Europe. And real quickly, one of the most harrowing things that he said happened to him and scared him the most was on the night of December 7th, they had converted the basement to a morgue in the hospital at Hospital Point. And he was down there putting somebody down there. And there were a lot of people in there by then that had passed, and the power went out in the hospital. And he remembers being stuck down there trying to escape. And the horrific things that he saw, but then the fact that he founded Bristol Park, that he was the mayor of Costa Mesa, that they don't call it the farm anymore, they call it Jack Hammett Sports Complex. So when you guys go see Jack Hammett Sports Complex, just please remember, maybe, hey, will you do me a favor? Please take care of my country for me. So, and the last thing that I always say is, because of Pearl Harbor with Jack and all that, is always remember, never forget, and welcome home. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Gary Teagle, Senior Master Chief.
Such a blessing to be here, and I just wanted to share. Jack Hammett was a man of funny stories. His first story I ever heard about Jack was when Pearl Harbor happened. Of course, it was a Sunday morning. Saturday night, him and his wife went out. They had a good time. So Sunday morning, he was sleeping in. He heard nothing until he heard. And he went to the door, and it was the landlord. He said, "Rent's due." So Jack went in, got his money. I think it was like $7. Paid him the money. He goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, Pearl Harbor's under attack." And from that point, he was gone from home like 3 solid days, working around the clock. And just an amazing guy. You just, like you said, you can't go anywhere in Costa Mesa without someone knowing about Jack Hammett. He had his hands all over the city. A great man, and thank you for doing this and carrying this on. Part of our job is to carry on our living history. It's a story that we take to the kids in the public school. I know for me, personally, it's to instill some patriotism and encourage kids, no matter what side of the aisle they are on, to support the military, because there's guys that want to take us over. And if we don't keep a strong military, it'll be bad. I've been to those countries. It's not fun. So thank you for the time, and appreciate it.
Gary didn't bring it up, but he has a very proud son who was an enlisted man and who now has become a Navy officer. So who gave him the first salute? The dad. I think that's Nate. John Williams, retired teacher from Estancia High School, U.S. Coast Guard. Tell us a little bit about the program.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'm a new member of the Freedom Committee. When I was in the classroom, I remember the programs when the Freedom Committee would come to our campus and these veterans would honor us with their time and their story. So when I retired from teaching, I thought it was only fitting as a veteran myself, a proud member of the U.S. Coast Guard, that I wanted to be a member of the Freedom Committee as well. So I've been with them about a year and a half. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting Jack, but we were blessed in the Freedom Committee to have an endowment by Fred M. Whitaker, a World War II veteran, when he passed away. So we've turned that endowment to the committee into a scholarship opportunity in Fred's name. We have $5,000 worth of scholarship money that we're awarding. And I just want to say thank you to all of you in the audience today who are serving currently and have served. I want to honor the people in the back for, passing that torch. That's what our mission is. And I see you young people in the back, and I know that we're in good hands. So I honor all of you for your commitment to our country as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate being here. It's our pleasure.
Thank you for your service and for all you do for our community. We're so, so grateful. Thank you so much. I'd also like to call up Dr. Ramon Miramontes, Deputy Superintendent of Instructional Programs, before we go into our special award presentation.
Good evening, President Sparks, members of the board, fellow guests, special guests, and families that are here. It's an honor to actually be a part of this tradition, so thank you for having me up here today. Assistant Special Schools teams deeply appreciate the opportunity for our students to participate in the annual Jack Hammett Memorial Day Essay Contest. Students were invited to participate from across Access to Special Education programs. We had 37 submissions from our Access students, and in the second year, inviting our special education students to participate, we had 18 submissions, either in written or pictorial form, from our 9th grade adult transition students. As a reminder to our guests, our Access is OCD's outstanding nationally recognized alternative education program, offering transformational learning experience and support to students across the county. And our amazing special education program at OCD serves students with significant disabilities. Before we get started with students tonight, I'd like to introduce the Access and Special Education team members who have supported these students and are here this evening. Please stand to be recognized. Vern Burton, Assistant Superintendent. Area 3 Principal, Ruth Ramirez. Julie Bauer Ochoa, teacher at Southwest Anaheim. Griselda Bosoco, Community Resource Specialist, Area 2. Sunburst Principal, Dina Ismail. And a special introduction to our Lieutenant Colonel, Dr. Gilbert Sanchez, the Director of Sunburst Youth Academy. In addition, from our special education group, I'd like to recognize Annalie Cradell, Chief of Special Educational Services. Chris Romanowski, Director of Special Education. Joe Arnold, teacher at Golden West Adult Transition Program. And Dominique Valenweath, teacher at Harbor Learning Center. Other team members from Access and Special Education programs who were unable to attend tonight include teachers, paraprofessionals, and administrators providing resources and support to all our students. Today we are celebrating 55 students who submitted Memorial Day contest essays or art. All of our students will receive a certificate for their participation. In addition, we will be honoring first, second, and third place prizes to our awardees. For essays, the first place prize is $250, second place is $150, and third place is $100. For art, our first place is $100. Two awardees will receive, for second place, will receive $75, and our third place will receive $50. We are very proud of the work of all of our students, including the teachers, administrators, and staff who supported them. Thank you to the members of the board, Dr. Maharis, and our cabinet for their financial contributions that have made these awards possible today. Thank you once again. Trustees, you have been provided with copies of the essays and pictures in your binders. Now I'm delighted to recognize the writers of our top 3 essays from our Access program. Our third place awardee and winner of $100 is Christopher, and his teacher is Elizabeth Wilson from Sunburst Youth Academy. Our second place.
Wait,
Oh,
before you do.
Sure.
We're each going to take a picture with the winners.
So Trustee Valdez will be presenting the award along with the cash.
Now, is he going to be able to read his essay?
Just the first place winner
Just the
is
first.
what you want.
He'll read it. Okay.
Our second place awardee and winner of the $150 prize is Jared, and his teacher is Julie Bauer Ochoa from Southwest Anaheim site.
Just come to the center.
And our first place awardee and the winner of the $250 prize is Shyla, teacher Christian Butala, Century Day School. With that being said, I'd like to invite Shyla up first to come to the podium and read her essay.
So I'm Ruth Ramirez, the principal for her area, and I'm her battle buddy today.
I'm going to read it now. So it is called What Memorial Day Means to Me. Memorial Day is a day to remember the U.S. military soldiers who have died in war or any military action, and to honor veterans. Growing up, Memorial Day was a day off of school and a day for my family to have a barbecue. As I got older, the meaning of Memorial Day has changed. I now know the privilege I had to be able to think that way. For many people and families, this is a day for them to mourn their dead soldiers. The meaning of Memorial Day means privilege, a day to mourn, and gratitude. As I hold tightly to my grandmother's hand, we walk through the cemetery. I ask the Mexican immigrant, "What do those flags mean?" I point to the American flags on many graves. She tells me those are the people who have served in the military, and she gives thanks to them. She explains to me, although she was not born here, she gives thanks to them because she found freedom here. My entire upbringing, my grandmother has educated me on the privilege I have by simply being born on another side of a wall. I have so much gratitude that I get to go to school, I can wear what I want, and have the freedom to hold people I love close. Every Saturday of the month, my grandmother's church feeds the homeless. This month, my mom and I joined in to help. I load the trucks with the bags my mom made containing a blanket, hygiene products, and some snacks. We got to the site, a train track behind some apartments in Santa Ana. Although I'm not too fond of my grandmother's church, I felt as if I should go. As we hand out food, my grandmother, my mom, my grandma, and I meet a man. He thanks us for the bags with necessities, and he begins to tell us a story. He's a veteran who fought in Iraq. He was injured in battle, and he had no family, so when he returned, he had nowhere to go. His friends let him stay for a couple of days on their couch, but after a few days, he had nowhere to go. With no family and injury, he ended up homeless. War was all he knew, so it was hard for him to get back to normal life. We thanked him for his service and gave him a few more plates of food. The ride back was strange. I felt tears rolling down my face and mascara all over my eyes. I was so touched by this interaction. A few weeks go by, and now it's Memorial Day. I'm surrounded by my family, and I hear laughter. We are having a barbecue. The loud Spanish music couldn't stop me from thinking of the man I met.
I realized how much privilege I had to be able to sit at the table with my family. I told my grandma how I felt, and she assured me her church was going that week to go feed them again. Saturday comes, and I unload the truck with the plates, excited to help out again. We give him food and necessities and thank him for what he did. He gives us a smile. Memorial Day to me is the privilege to live in the land of the free. It's the day to remember those who have fought to give us freedom. It is also a day of gratitude, to give thanks to those in and out of service. Memorial Day means so much to me and to others. We will never forget who we lost in battle and those who are still here to tell us their stories. Now that May is coming up again, I promise to once again load up my grandmother's truck and continue to help those who fought for America. Thank you.
Thank you, Shyla. From our special education winners of the art category, our third place awardee and the winner of the $50 is Andrew, teacher Wendy Watts from the Harbor Learning Center. Let's give a round of applause to Andrew then. Our second place awardee and the winners of $75 each is Julius, teacher Dominique Valenwith, Harbor Learning Center, and Stacy, teacher Joe Arnold from Golden West.
They're both second.
They're both second.
They're both second.
They're both same amount. And our first place awardee and winner of the $100 is Hank, teacher Joe Arnold from Golden West. Hank, come on up. Thank you, Hank. No better way to end than that. Thank you, President Sparks and members of the board for your support of this wonderful initiative. And special thanks again to our veterans. It's an honor for us to be here today with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Sparks. President Sparks. Before we move on, we'd be remiss if we did not mention the fact that the principal for all of these students is here today, and that's Krista Paul. She did not want to be introduced, but thank you.
She's hiding there.
Yeah, she was hiding. Also would like to acknowledge the fact that she was just recognized as Principal of the Year statewide.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. No, that's awesome. We didn't know. That's amazing. Okay, if I may take a privilege to move item number 15 of Tim Shaw up to now, which would be, I guess, an item number 5 I'm sort of creating. And I think we need to have a motion.
I'll make a motion that we suspend the rules to make that change.
I'll second that.
Can we take a vote on that?
Yeah, just raise our hand.
Trustee Barton? Yes. Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I confirm who made the motion?
I made the
Second?
motion
Thank
to
you.
suspend the rules. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. You're not going to stay for the exciting, boring part of the meeting? Thank y'all so much. Congratulations.
I mean 15.
Trustee Shaw, we'll just take a second for the crowd to move on out.
Yes, she does.
Of all the names I gotta forget. She's so cute.
That's fine. It's touching.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, Trustee Shaw, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your accommodation. For those people in the audience, I be up here. I'm in Sacramento today for this week for my work, my day job, and I'm supposed to be somewhere at 6 p.m. for some meetings here. So I appreciate you accommodating my schedule. I just want to compliment the young people from Sunburst. Usually they're not a very big group, so I've always enjoyed going to their graduations, and sorry I couldn't be there in person this evening with everybody. Then I asked to be put on the agenda. Senate Bill 292 has been introduced in our state legislature by Senator Shannon Grove. And as might occasionally our board, can formally take positions on legislation that's in Congress or our state legislature. So that's one I thought would be very appropriate for our board to take a position on here at our state level. I've tried to always prioritize the empowering of parents in their kids' education, and I think Senate Bill 292 really is kind of the ultimate that exemplifies that. So I have a fact sheet here from Senator Grove, the author of the bill. I might read a little part of. It says, Senate Bill 292 would establish the California Education Savings Account Act of 2023. This innovative legislation creates an individualized approach to K-12 education by allowing parents to choose what accredited school best suits their child's needs and have the student's share of Proposition 98 funding follow them. Any unused funds can be saved from year to year and used to pay for college or vocational training upon graduation from high school. So I think the idea of having the dollars from the state go with the student, maybe they want to stay at the traditional school in their neighborhood, and that's great. And the funding would go there. Perhaps they'd like to attend a charter school, one of the many great charter schools we have in our county, and that'd be fine, and the money would go there. So whatever the educational preferences of that family, they would get the funding to follow that student. And I see that as a very bold and positive step forward in empowering the parents to make and the students to make that decision as far as what would serve them best in that particular student's educational career. So this legislation has been voted down in committee in the state Senate for this year. Senator Grove has indicated she will be pursuing this next year. So as they say, the bill might be dead, but the author isn't. So she's going to continue, give it another whack next year. And so I think it would be appropriate, Madam President, if we went on record supporting this bill now and the beginning of next year when Senator Grove is going to make another push at it. We can have our name on our board's formal support behind the idea so that hopefully it can gain better traction and have a better showing next year. So my motion is that we formally support Senate Bill 292 by Senator Shannon Grove.
I will second your motion.
Okay, we have a discussion. Do we have any comments or questions?
I think it's super. I think it's wonderful. I think it's great to put it in the children's and parents. So
I do have a question, Tim. I'm wondering if these monies, for example, the state of Oklahoma just passed a bill where 7,500 can follow the student for public charter schools, district schools, and or private schools. Does this include private schools as well, or is it? It does. Okay. I just wanted clarification on there. And is there a dollar amount attached to it yet, or?
I think it's whatever the state funding is, right? It just follows that amount. Is that right, Tim?
I'm looking at the fact sheet. That's my understanding. So let's see. I'm reading her. Okay.
From what I remember, it doesn't affect the taxpayers. It's just whatever the amount already
Right.
is.
Right.
That's my understanding.
Okay. I just wanted that clarification for the public. I mean, I'm fully in support of this. I just wanted those additional clarifications. Okay. Any other comments or questions? So we will take it to a vote now. Roll call, Daru?
I do have a question regarding the actual protocol. So there is a motion, a second, to support SB 292. Is that then going to be followed up with a letter on our letterhead by you signing it to the author of this bill?
It's up to the will of the board. Do we want to do a letter? Do we want to do a resolution? Or how? What's the best path forward?
I like a resolution.
Yeah.
Author, Tim?
Trustee Shaw?
I was just planning on contacting the staffer for Senator Grove, who's staffing this bill tomorrow, but probably it would be better to have a resolution we could send along.
So if we have a resolution, we have to have the language and the wording for that resolution, and I assume it's not made. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so I would counsel that we could do a resolution, but then that's something we really can't vote on because we don't have the resolution. We need the 72 hours notice for the Brown Act. So I would just advise that we take a vote, that we support it. We could, when the bill is reintroduced, Tim, make a officious resolution to again support the author of this bill later on. But I would advise that we just take the vote upon it, and send the letter on letterhead with your signature.
Okay.
And that would be a positive.
That sounds like
an easy step to do.
A good, easy step, good solution.
Did we have public speakers, Madam President, on this item?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't know.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
I don't
For this
know on that
specific
item. Is anyone here that did it for this item? Any public speaker for this item in particular? For item 15, did anyone?
For SB 292.
In support or
It's
not?
the Money Falls, the child bill.
Oh, we do have a public comment around that.
Should be listed at the top of the.
What number are you?
I am number 12, and that was actually a side item that I was going to talk about, but I really would like to talk about it now.
Just, you're not at the mic, so we're not capturing. So let's.
So we can only speak once, so she'll speak on both items. So speak on everything right now.
Okay. I came here originally.
Excuse me, could you announce your name so that we'll have it for the record? Thank you.
Betty Chu, and I live in Villa Park. I actually came here today because I was so disappointed with the Senate committee that turned down Senate Bill 292. And then I heard about Santa Ana's Unified School District adopting 2 new curriculum, which I would interpret as indoctrination of hatred on a basis of race and religion. So I came here today
to your Board of Education, because I admire the work that you have done and that the prior board has done. And oh, I felt so much pride when I saw the color guard marching in, and to hear about Jack Hammett and the award and the presentation on the Musak Day. Am I pronouncing that correctly? So I am very happy to hear about your resolution today, and I wanted to point out that there is one misconception that is going around in the public, that this takes away funding from the public schools. No, when we look at the funding for each student, that is the cap of the amount that goes with the student to the other school choices. And so each child gets the same amount, and that's the amount that will be allotted to this school. Now you have to apply for other awards, but that's just competition to make all the schools a lot better. And I saw your competition here today, the faces, the joy that it can bring. But in doing that, what you did was give us all the pride that makes us say, perhaps when we have most of these schools and the work that you are doing, that the Santa Ana Unified School District adoption of the Palestinian hatred for the Jewish state, then I say it was worth it all. I want to thank you. I had actually come here to ask and say to support Senator Shannon Grove. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I think at this point we take this for a vote.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
I think when you take your vote, you can write a letter and also do the resolution.
Yes, we're planning on doing that if it passes.
Trustee Shaw?
I think I said yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Okay, so support for the bill passes 5-0. Thank you.
Madam President, if I might be excused unless I'm desperately needed, I'm going to.
You are desperately
bow out
needed, but
now.
we will excuse you this one time.
I don't want to be in trouble with my boss. I'm terribly conflicted right now, but.
Well, I know you'll
I'm
represent
sorry.
us well up there in Sacramento.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you
will
for joining
catch
us.
everyone later.
Okay, all right,
All
take
right.
care. All right, so this brings us, Nina, do we have any introductions?
We do not.
Okay. And I think at this point, if I'm in the correct order, we now have our general public comments.
Right.
All right. First up is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke with Nancy Watkins on deck.
Good evening, board. That was quite an assembly today. It was really cool to see so many different groups represented. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center of C. Last month, I left the Board of Education meeting feeling incredibly discouraged after learning of your agreement and alignment with AB 1314, which was thankfully not set for hearing this time. As a member of the city and a former product of Capistrano Unified, where I attended kindergarten through high school, I feel that it is for the Board of Education to take time to understand the unique challenges that Orange County LGBTQ students face and to ensure that their voices are heard. I'm interested in knowing if either of you have taken the steps to reach out to your LGBTQ student constituents and to listen to their concerns. Policies such as the former AB 1314 are simply dangerous and jeopardize the safety and well-being. Discussions on gender identity should happen between parents and at a time and place in which they feel is appropriate. It is not up to educators and school staff to out these students when they are unaware of the student's home environment. I believe that it is crucial for the board to be proactive in reaching out to all constituents, which includes LGBTQ students, to ensure that they are heard and that their needs are addressed. You considered engaging with LGBTQ student groups, such as Gender and Sexuality Alliance student clubs, to understand their needs and to hear them out. I think these dialogues will help to inform your policy decisions and to ensure that they are inclusive and equitable for all students. At this point, I am unaware if either of you have even reached out to any of these students. With that said, the LGBTQ Center OC is here to continue to extend support and advocacy, and I'm also you'd like to as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Following Nancy Walls, Linda Cohn's on deck.
Good. I'd like to begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation and acknowledging and celebrating the accomplishments of students in the county schools. Hamlet Memorial Day Essay and Art Contest is a wonderful way to recognize the hard work and commitment that students show towards their education. And as we approach Memorial Day, I'm compelled to express my gratitude. I am the spouse of a veteran, and honoring the sacrifices made by our service members and their families is essential. I appreciate the Orange County Board and the department's recognition of the important holiday significance to our nation's history. Today, I do have concerns regarding recent actions by the Orange County Board of Education that seem to waste taxpayer money and perpetuate fear-mongering. It's disheartening to learn that the Orange County Board has authorized spending on lobbyists and unnecessary legal cases that don't serve the best interests of our students or our community. I'm disappointed by the confusion and support resulting from the dissemination of misinformation at boards, such as last month's video report of the Newport Mesa Unified School District, which contained inaccurate information. When elected officials and school personnel from an independent school district are forced to defend policies of falsehood and invited against hecklers, it highlights a great issue with the board's purpose and values. Second, recent agendas reveal that the Orange County Board supports legislation at the state level that's already been unsuccessful in committee. Allocating resources to support legislation by paying for lobbyists is inefficient, particularly when the legislation is unlikely to pass and is not going to benefit our public schools or community. The focus should be on advocating for legislation that enhances educational quality for all student families and improves academics for everyone, and not just those who have the means to choose differently. The board's recent actions raise several questions for me. Are the Orange County Board's resolutions and action items benefiting individual board members? Are board members prioritizing their personal beliefs over their constituent values? Why are trustees generating chaos through fear-mongering? And what are the values that this board is promoting? The misuse of taxpayer money on policies is unacceptable and contradicts the values of transparency and accountability that we as a community expect from our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Linda Cohn, Lori Kaler's on deck.
I want to begin exactly, Linda Cohn, sorry. I want to begin exactly where I ended on April the 12th. I was challenging the assertion that AB 1314 legislation or policy threatens the safety of transitioning or non-binary minors, and parents do not have the right or should not have the right to know, and that these parents are uncaring and abusive. Also on April the 12th, I don't recall anyone representing the LGBTQ plus community saying that they had been abused or abandoned by parents. In fact, when a concerned grandparent followed the group outside and talked to them individually, she reported that many parents, that they agreed that parents should play a critical role in the lives of their children. The sticking point for many of these LGBT people is that they don't want to be outed to their parents. Of course not, because they know that the parents who care for them the most are not automatically going to affirm their decision. Parents will ask hard questions. Parents may even insist on a complete mental and physical evaluation before social transitioning begins, and this is highly recommended by authorities and medical groups. To at least one person who spoke last month, this very questioning by parents and people like me is proof that we hate them. Because I do not immediately encourage and enable one's desire to transition, I am a hater. And we were called a room full of haters. It's absolutely crucial that we challenge this belief. The challenge begins with kind and loving dialogue with anyone who will listen to us, and that's already been stated by the first speaker. But it doesn't stop there. We have to make the case, as Aaron Friday, author of AB 1314, made, and I quote, "It is imperative that parents must be alerted. Removing parents who know their child's history, traumas, and struggles will result in harm." And I have specific evidence of this in my own community, where a child was suicidal and the parents were not told. Consider the number of detransitioners that grows every day. They cannot be ignored. AB 1314 policies must be passed by every local school board. It is our job to make that happen, and I'm enlisting your help in this effort. I will have a lot more information to share with you on June 1st. Sacramento can kill this bill, but we can carry the heart and soul of 1314 to every single local school board who will listen and agree that parents do have a right, and children whose parents are not told are threatened by their parents not knowing. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Lori Kaler, followed by Terry Hodgins. On deck, please.
Lori Kaler, 80 to 95% of children with gender dysphoria grow out of it as long as they are allowed to go through natural puberty rather than being affirmed in a transgender identity, according to the American College of Pediatricians. Puberty blockers and chemical castration drugs are the same thing. Drugs such as Lupron, Zoladex, Trelstar, and others are commonly prescribed to confuse children as young as 10 years old. These are the same drugs which are given to chemically castrate sexually violent males in prison. The list of long-term side effects and possible risks include osteoporosis, impaired glucose, depression, infertility, anemia, loss of muscle mass, weight gain, diabetes, high blood pressure, stroke, heart attack, problems with thinking, concentration, and memory. This is child abuse. A recent study shows that the rise of transgender identity is brought on by social contagion. 250 families whose children developed symptoms of gender dysphoria during or right after puberty were surveyed. Lisa Littman, a physician and professor of behavioral science at Brown University, found that 80% of the parents in the study reported observing none of the early signs in their children to meet the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria. From the cases reviewed in her study, she concluded that what she terms rapid onset gender dysphoria appears to be a novel condition and emerges from cohort and contagion effects of novel social pressures. From this perspective, ROGD likely exhibits an etiology and epidemiology that is distinct from the classical ones of gender dysphoria documented in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. The prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until age 25. This is the last part of the brain to mature, and it controls complex thinking, decision-making, impulse control, and personality. The number of these transitioners is growing. I have personally heard heartbreaking testimonies of young people who deeply regret decisions which caused irreversible damage to their bodies. The suicide rate of individuals who have sex reassignment surgeries is extremely high, even in countries which are very trans-friendly. A 30-year study conducted in Sweden, where this culture is strongly supportive of transgender identity individuals, documents their lifelong mental unrest. The suicide rate of those who had undergone sex reassignment, even 10 to 15 years after their surgery, rose to 20%, or 20 times that of comparable peers. In the light of all these facts, why would a school affirm or even groom a child to transition their gender and keep this information from parents? This is causing harm. I urge this board, for the sake of our children, to require that schools notify parents or guardians of children identifying as a gender other than which on their birth certificate. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Terry, we have Robert Walters on deck.
Good evening. I am here today to bring to your attention and to the staff that in a recent newsletter that was circulated by the staff included a reference for by the World Economic Forum as the essence for educating our children to meet the future skill needs of this county. And so the underpinning of the newsletter and the discussion at that point was that the World Economic Forum has already predicted and established what the skill needs are of the world's population, and that this was somehow underpinning the reason for going through SEL, the social emotional learning, and it was an article written by the coordinator of SEL within this school district and the department. I take great offense at you going to the extent of bringing in an article from the World Economic Forum, and I beg to differ with that as a resource for you structuring anything in this county. It's a fascist organization. It does not represent the values of this country, much less this community. And I take great offense at what was done or what is going on with regards to that as a reference. We have academia in this country that have credentials that far exceed anybody that could be referenced in the World Economic Forum. You could choose any number of different academic qualified individuals to base your SEL program on, much less put it out in a newsletter as an example of what we're teaching here, and I know that is not the fact. SEL has been described as trash across the board. It should not be taught. It is really parenting, taking parents out of the picture of their child's education. It is a false doctrine. The Bible says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, not SEL, not CRT, not DEI, or the LGBTQXYZ, or the WEF. You will find the word wisdom is said, presented in the Bible 219 times. Knowledge actually occurs 130 times. Understanding is 110 times.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir.
Perhaps you could read Proverbs.
Thank you.
Following Robert Walters is Francis Marshall.
Hello, I'm Robert Walters, and I'm a resident of Anaheim Hills and long been involved with the Orange School District. I'm here tonight to talk about what's happening with the school choice initiative. I hope that this law might pass with the state for the school choice, but if it doesn't, there is 3 different groups gearing up to have a re-hit on the initiative drive beginning of next year. Now, to be successful, we have to look at why did the last one fail? And we've identified that the 3 groups that you would expect to be supporting it did not support it in fully. Homeschoolers Association, Charter School Organization, and Catholic Church all opposed this initiative drive and did a lot to keep their members from helping pass the petition and being involved. So we've asked each of these groups in this past week, help us what you think it should be wording so that you don't have to fear that with government money comes government control. If you have other issues that you're concerned with, put it in this constitutional amendment so we can get everybody's 100% support and go forward with it. And hopefully that'll happen in the coming 30, 40 days. And then we will have an announcement for initiative drive to start, assuming this law does not pass in the state assembly and Senate, which I doubt if it will. But anyway, final thing I have is I've got petitions here. I put them on the back table. I invite anybody to pick them up. This is about election and it's put out by the Sheriff Don Barnes. It's to do with having voting in person, 1 day, paper ballots, and electronic voting machines. Pass a petition. You got 30, 40 days to get it back, sent in. And I appreciate you if you pick them up on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Following Francis Marshall, we have Twyla Hudgens.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Frances Marshall. I'm with We the People Orange County and also We the People Eagle Forum OC. During 2020, I just wanted to share with you, we lost mom and dad within 3 days. I have 3 children that were vaccinated, 1 through the military, 1 because he got married, and 1 is fighting for his life from the Moderna second stage heart failure. We all, each one of you, are my brothers and sisters. We are all created under one God. I'm here because I love you guys. I sincerely say that from the bottom of my heart. What I've seen happen with the children, with the CRT and grooming and the Planned Parenthoods that they're pushing on the high schools, it grieves my soul. But not just that, but our Creator in heaven. He's that in the Bible it says that my people because they lack knowledge. So I sent out a mission to find out what was going on with America. I am also generations military, okay? I learned about the NIH.gov on the current Biden administration, 43 pages of the planned pandemic. I fought against AB 223. I've spoken at City Council and spoken regarding this against humanity, Executive Order 1318. You can all look it up, okay? It's still effective. Executive Order 3848, it's still in effect, election integrity. Biden administration that's pushing these and extending these orders. We all need to do our research. I have back through the John Birch Society to learn my constitutional rights. I didn't know in our generation's military. I'm taking leadership class. I'm gonna help empower my community. I don't know where you guys stand. I honestly don't care how you voted in the past. But I would like each one of you to go home tonight and find out what you're voting on. Crimes Against Humanity, Executive 13818 is still in existence. Please look it up, as well as Executive Order 13848. We don't know our constitutional rights. You may not know your constitutional oath that you took, but if we've been invaded by a foreign or domestic invasion, and you took a sworn oath to your office, please look at these executive orders. It says that we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, okay? To the republic, not a democratic or democracy.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And thank you for your time, for giving me time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Following Twyla, we have Marissa Charette on deck, please.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Twyla Hudgens, Huntington Beach. I'm really focused on those words behind you. And that's my focus in the comments. Where you sit tonight is really no accident. No, it is an appointment for such time as this. You've been given a task and a purpose. Please hear these words with your heart. Psalm 14:1, the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. Regarding our children, Matthew 18:6, but whoso shall offend one of these little ones, which believe in me, it would be better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Matthew 18:10, take heed that you despise not one of these little ones. For I say unto you, that in heaven their angels do always behold the face of my Father which is in heaven. Isaiah 5:20, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Revelations 3:16. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither hot nor cold, I will spew you out of my mouth. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, Jesus, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Proverbs 18:21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. He who has an ear to hear, let him hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Marissa, we have Mary.
I hope you can see me, but the important thing is you can hear me.
Maybe
My
pull down
name
the
is-
mic a little bit.
My name is Marisa Charette, and I live in Tustin, and I have 2 grandchildren attending the Placencia Yorba Linda School District. The reason I'm here tonight is I searched your website regarding the superintendent's lawsuit against the elected Board of Education. Specifically, I am interested in seeing all the legal bills that the superintendent paid his attorney with taxpayer money. I was just curious why this was not available on the website. Is something being hidden from the public? The tax-paying public deserves transparency and has the right to know these facts. These documents need to be made public immediately, and we hope that we can find this on your website very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Mary, we have Jan Kelly on deck.
Good evening. My husband and I taught students and student teachers for a total of over 68 years in Orange County. We did real teaching, and we worked for excellence in the classroom. We finally remember OCDE back in 2010, and before, they cared deeply about the children, the parents, the patriotism, and conservative values. Today, we understand that OCDE is considering programs like the CRT, SEL, and the transgender studies by these names or similar names. These programs divide and destroy. We realize the programs come with generous bonuses from the federal government and our own governor. Regarding CRT, we know names, of course, like Saul Lewinsky and people like that, like the Rules for Radical. They believe in organizing for power, stirring dissent and discontent. It's a Marxist race dictum. They use race for the pretext, but power is their real goal. They don't want to solve problems like poverty. They use the problems to push a social agenda. They have no place in our schools. Social justice is a woke version, a bloated version of justice. It has nothing to do with justice. People like Herbert Marcuse and people like that were behind this. They believed in exploiting groups. They blamed the Christians, capitalism, and God was their ultimate oppressor. CRT separates groups into oppressors and oppressed. And the white have a guilt from the past and the present. It's endless retaliation. There's never any reconciliation. They teach moral relativism, which is the real reason for permanent underclass in our country. Regarding the sexualization of children, we have a program that is the new curriculum, the comprehensive sex ed curriculum. It was supposedly created because of a noble cause, but the founders of these programs are SIECUS. If you know who SIECUS is, Albert Kinsey. He was a pedophile, and he worked with Planned Parenthood. These are programs that do not belong in the schools. These discussions need to be at the home. They need to be between the parents, not at the teachers, not at the schools. They need to be with the parents. They discriminate against the parents, and they keep them uninvolved, and it's a total bridge of confidentiality between the home. And this is Hitler was the one who said, "He who owns the youth gains the future." And this is the type of a thing they did way back with the Nazi Germany. They took the children and the parents and separated them. And that's what these social programs do, the sexualization programs. When you have a child with an early debut in sexual education, they get increased depression, suicidal ideology, and aggressiveness. They desensitize the children. They promote deviant behavior, which is just really a form of grooming. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. After Jan Killy, we have Lynn Riddle on deck.
My name is Jan Keeley, and thank you for letting me speak. I am from Villa Park, but former Irvine resident of 36 years. My both daughters are product of the public education, and that's where I dropped the ball, and now I understand. But I have a grandchild, and that's why I'm here. And I'm here because I wanted to come to a little more civil and friendlier meeting, because the ones that we attended in our district is a little bit more contentious and raucous. So what I really want to say is that you're doing a good job. Some people might disagree, some people agree, but in your heart, I know you're trying to do good, because education of the younger generation is the future of our country. And if we're gonna drop the ball, we will not have a country. And we're getting very close to that, not having a country. We can start talking about the alphabets and CRT and DI. All of that does not belong in school. Concentrate on physics, science, art, civils. And what I really like to do, if I can, is I want every class in every school, starting today with the Pledge of Allegiance, and before lunchtime, have 2 minutes of quiet time. Okay? Call it what you want. You want to pray, you want to meditate, 2 minutes of quiet time. Let's do that. Let's give our children education that they deserve, not indoctrination that they don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Lynn Riddle, we have Sandra Bensworth on deck, please.
Excuse me, before I begin, may I just ask that you've received, given you a one-page document with 2 parts to it. It will help you follow my comments. Thank you. And good evening, I'm Lynn Riddle. And previously, as I previously shared, following your hiring of Mr. Rowland under Ed Code 1042D to perform special services, you approved and paid Mr. Rowland some $360,000 for his work exclusively for this board in 2022. Calling your attention to the chart I've just given you, you now paid Rowland some $165,000 for the first 3 months of 2023. Should you continue to pay at that same rate, we taxpayers will be on the hook for some $660,000 to Mr. Rowland for the year 2023, a $300,000 increase from the prior year, and I find that staggering. Taxpayers deserve an explicit explanation just how precisely do the children under your educational care benefit from those massive special fees. On another topic, without publicly discussing and waiving it, you utterly ignored and violated your own policy 116 on both April the 12th and March the 1st, when you permitted the showing of Trustee Williams' 2 slickly made, totally one-sided, politically motivated videos. One lasted 18 minutes, one 15 minutes. Your policy 116 max is 6 minutes per meeting. Worse, you ignored the procedural requirement about agendizing those special presentations, introducing the possibility in one meeting, obtaining the board's consent, and then considering the matter at a subsequent meeting. Why? You strictly enforce rules, reducing the time allowed to public speakers, and yet you ignore your own governance requirements for Trustee Williams. Are you, his colleagues, so afraid of his red-faced, out-of-control retribution and wrath that you completely throw out your regard for your very own policies, your rules, and the law? Is that your notion of role modeling transparency in governance? And another matter, even worse, on April the 12th at the meeting, you sat with some tepid warnings as 10 to 20 LGBTQ community members, primarily transgender folks, were targeted for over an hour with totally gratuitous, unthinkable cruelty by board allied audience members being loudly called freaks, sinners, and worse. Those trans attended a meeting of their Board of Education to share their unique and deeply personal knowledge. They came here to help you understand their need. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Bensworth, followed on deck by Diane Dunn.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Bensworth. I also am wondering why the public has not seen the amount of money that the superintendent has spent on his own attorneys at the taxpayers' expense on the lawsuits against his board that have been occurring over the last several years. Can we get the superintendent's legal expenses made public? People come in here and complain about the board expenses. What about the superintendent's expenses? Are they audited? Where is the transparency? As a paying community citizen, I would like to know. Thank you.
After Diane Dunn, we have on deck, please.
Hi, my name is Diane Dunn, and I'm here once again as a parent of an alumna of the Orange County School of the Arts. I want to thank the board once again for your decision to authorize an investigation into that long allegations of sexual misconduct at the Orange County School of the Arts. I do want to emphasize that I support the request made by several alumni, parents, and community members that the investigation authorized by this board be a truly independent and third-party investigation. Please consider the suggestions to create an oversight committee to conduct the investigation, to set the parameters of the investigation, and to help to select the party or the organization to conduct the investigation, or to ask the district or state attorney general to investigate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dory, following Dory, we'll have Joyce McNabb on deck, please.
Good evening, trustees and members of the audience, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak this evening. My name is Dory Crepton, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here to speak about the video Trustee Williams presented last month, alleging that Newport Mesa Unified School and its teachers are counseling and recruiting students to make gender transitions. Nothing is further from the truth. In Legislative Bill AB 1266, parental choice is the standard. Parents are the primary deciders and makers with respect to their child's health and sex education in several ways. One, parents can review the health curriculum. It is state approved and can only be conducted by credentialed teachers. Secondly, parents can opt to have their child exempt from attending any class on sex education. And lastly, any discussion about gender does not equal gender recruitment or transition. Parent choice is the standard here. The video was one-sided presentation feeding mistruths and lies about the Newport Mesa School and its teachers. If there are inappropriate behaviors occurring within a school, there are policies in place and proper channels to address them. This is not the place. The video was propaganda and the example of a trustee overstepping his position. Trustees should not be using these board meetings as a pulpit to promote private agendas or political views. Board members, I encourage you to use your time by supporting all of our schools and its teachers rather than creating falsity and fiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Joyce McNabb, we have Kelly.
I'm Joyce McNabb, and I live in Costa Mesa. I do want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was hoping to have a chance to address the Sunburst Academy, and it was so impressive to see that group and what they were doing. So even though my name is Joyce, I'm sometimes called Mama Joyce and sometimes called just Grandma. I wanted to share with them a few life lessons, and now I find myself without that opportunity. But I do want to share with you my gratitude for having them here and for what you've done in support of that group. I hope all of Orange County is as grateful as I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Following Kelly is Deborah Polly.
Hi, everyone. I'm here tonight for a couple of different points I wanted to make. You know, I am also interested, like my colleagues spoke before me, why we haven't seen the superintendent's lawsuits and taxpayer money that he's spending on cases, why that's not transparent. We're well aware that you guys have legal expenses and that is transparent, and I appreciate your transparency. I don't understand why you guys are getting criticized when in fact our superintendent himself is not transparent. As a parent, I want to see dollars that go to help our students. I'm concerned that the superintendent is not being transparent with the public about his taxpayer and attorney expenses. As a parent, I would like to know where these dollars are going instead of what he's using it for, and I wanted to see it in the classroom and going toward the students. I appreciate your support of the bill that's not going to pass right now, but hopefully next year it will. I also want to tell you guys that I do appreciate you using your voice as an elected official towards protecting our children. I don't know if you guys are aware in Tustin where my kids go to school, but we have a teacher who's recently been arrested for using video recording devices in the bathrooms. And there are over a million images already captured through the FBI and the Irvine PD. And he's already been arraigned, and the case is still being investigated. There are predators everywhere, and we need to be aware of them. We need to protect our kids. We cannot afford to have groomers and have gender identities muddying the waters and creating an environment that allows predators to have access to our children. This is a top-notch predator. Maybe there was nothing we were going to do, but we have to be well aware of it, and we have to be the voices for our children. I want to encourage all the parents, the teachers, and the students, the parent volunteers, and anybody who is visiting those schools, that school, to be well aware this case is open and people are being identified. And the more people that are being identified on these images, the longer this guy will get a sentence to stay in prison. We want to identify as many people as possible, so I encourage everybody to talk to Irvine PD for that. And I appreciate your voice protecting all kids, protecting our schools. It's such a special environment and a special community. This is for us, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Following Deborah Polly, we have John.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Deborah Pauly. I've been a constituent of trustee Dr. Ken Williams for over 20 years now. Maybe I shouldn't say that. As an Air Force veteran myself, I have to tell you my heart just burst with pride at the patriotic presentation that occurred earlier on. But I am here to take this opportunity to bring something to your attention that has been troubling me for a very long time. It concerns the use of public resources to distribute the Orange County Board of Education newsroom alerts that prominently feature the name of only one elected official that has oversight or executive authority here. I've received this newsroom alert on a regular basis for many years, and there's really no particular reason that I should, so I am surmising that these are generally distributed to the public. In fact, I received one today. I gave copies of just the front page to the clerk for each of you to remind you that this is an important issue. At the top it says Orange County Department of Education, and then it says, brought to you by Al Marajas, PhD, County Superintendent of Schools, except it's not brought to you by Al Marajas, it's brought to you by our tax dollars. It's a happy newsletter. This one talks about links to the Teacher of the Year announcement, and it's right and proper for a government entity to keep the public informed about its activity. So I don't have a problem with that. The problem is that it singles out only one elected officer by the manner in which his name is displayed at the top so prominently, and it seems as though he is controlling all the messaging coming officially out of the Orange County Board of Education. This is improper. It offends the spirit of the Fair Political Practices Commission prohibitions against mass mailings at public expense that single out one elected official in this manner. There are 5 other elected officials here. The purpose of these prohibitions is to prevent electioneering at the public expense. The positive name ID and goodwill acquired through these repetitive Happy News mass mailings is indisputable. Perhaps there is an exemption, perhaps there is an exemption under the law for emails such as this one, because it may not be considered a tangible item, such as a hard copy newsletter or brochure, but there are other areas of the law where mass electronic mailings are viewed in substantially the same manner as tangible mailings, and more so as our society transitions to more electronic versus hard copy means of mass communications. At any rate, what I believe is that this practice is worth examining by this board. The FPPC and other California regulations offer a minimum, a floor, for what is acceptable. That would not prevent this board from adopting a policy that closes a very clever gap that has been used to subvert the overall intent of the law. We can raise the floor here. A couple of solutions, real quickly, if I may, wrap up, is to require that these mailings simply say from the Orange County Board of Education, or require that these types of mailing include the names of all the other 5 elected officials. That would more fully align with the commission guidance and published opinions that municipalities have followed for at least the past 15 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Following John is Joette.
I'd like to make a correction. My name is Dawn, not John.
Oh, I have John.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Okay,
I'm Dawn.
but you're
And
21.
I am a woman.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And I am here in the name of my Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, Yahushua HaMashiach, also known as Yahuwah, Yahweh, by the power of the Holy Spirit, who is HaKodesh Ruach. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It has come to my attention that Superintendent Al Maharis was and is promoting implementing Newsom's trans and CRT agenda, which is grooming. We need to remember what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. It no longer exists. How about that? As we go up, this nation goes down if we don't wake up and do what we're supposed to do. So I'm asking you to go home, think about what's going on, address Al and whatever's going, how Al has disappeared. Why? Where is he? And what are we going to do about it? Because something needs to be done now. And I thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the good news. And I thank you for what you did at the last meeting. I thank you very much for what you did at the last meeting, showing truth. And I don't care if somebody calls it a pulpit. You brought the truth. And the truth will set us free. Our children. And that's what we need. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Joette, followed by Lisa.
Hi, it's my understanding Superintendent Harris has been with us for 5 months or so. He's the only link that we possess in finding out what is transacting in our schools. Al Maharis answers to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, who is in lockstep with Governor Gavin Newsom. Those are not my words. Those are the words of the New York Times. Thurmond, Maharis's boss, promoted trans literature and porn in school libraries. He also issued a statement post-Roe v. Wade supporting abortion rights and claimed that institutional racism over the George Floyd controversy. Thurmond edged out his opponent, a conservative Christian who railed, amongst things, against Newsom, segregation, critical theory, and abortion. What was Thurmond's response? That this stance is articulating dangerous messages and that we need to prevent children from being infiltrated by these hateful messages, or how are we going to support the important work that needs to be done? What is that work? Education, math, reading, writing? No. We go from Newsom to Thurmond to Maharis. Follow the trail of the laws. Maharis refused to work with the board before when he refused to submit the education budget to the board for approval. This refusal ended up costing the taxpayers $3.2 million, and Maharis blames on the board. Maharis hasn't made an appearance, as I said, for 5 months. He blames on his health. Maharis, the man of the high levels of integrity, performance, and professional ethics on his website, who accused his opponent of satisfying his own political agendas and dangerously misguided ideological interests. He might as well have been referring to Newsom. Misguided ideological interest? Do you mean like Newsom's agenda here in Orange County of imposing critical race theory in the classrooms? What about trans adult sexual content books in the school libraries? You mean like those misguided ideological interests, Maharis? What about not informing parents about their children permanently altered? Can I just finish up, please?
Thank you.
Or having parenthood on school campuses, like in El Medina. You mean those misguided ideological interests?
Thank you. Your time.
The ones that the parents want and never vote for.
Thank you.
Following Lisa, we have Beth on deck.
Hi, I'm Lisa from San Clemente. Honorable trustees, I am here to implore you to prohibit SEL immediately from being taught or interwoven at the schools which are under your authority. Further, I hope to inspire you as OCBE to write a letter to the California legislator of your choice demanding that a bill be introduced in Sacramento that will prohibit SEL at all levels of public school education in California. I am confident a letter written with your board's authority, integrity, and expertise will not be ignored. Iowa has introduced such a bill, and I believe other states are also pursuing this as we speak. CASEL is the collaboration for academic, social, and emotional learning. It has lectures on SEL as a lever for equity and social justice. They train teachers in how to dismantle inequities, assess power dynamics, and how to confront issues of class and race across different settings. Those of us speaking tonight are not making an uninformed jump on saying that SEL is a Trojan horse for CRT. It absolutely is, as well as the multiple genders, social justice, diversity, equity, and all of the cultural Marxist objectives that seek to cut ties with the nuclear family, ignore God, and enslave a generation as their foot soldiers. They want EQ, emotional quotient testing. These test scores will dictate which colleges kids go to, where they can work, and everything. What is a high EQ actually? It just signifies the degree to which a student has bought into the propaganda. Per Jordan Peterson, a psychology professor, I'm sure you know, he says emphatically there is no such thing as EQ. IQ is a different story, and he goes on. It is the most well-validated concept in social science, and it does tell you whether or not someone has general life skills and social predictors, and it's the greatest trait for things such as conscientiousness. There is no better thing that we can do for our kids than give them a high IQ. Why aren't the schools doing that? Because they are creating a generation of psychological slaves. Free our children, free our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Beth, we have Deborah Cam.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us all. Appreciate it. I'm here because the facts are pretty clear in regards to social emotional learning and the CRT curriculums that have been introduced. And I'm here pleading with you, please. You've done the right thing in the past. Please go forward and do the right thing in our kids' futures. The facts are in because Psychology Today, Anna Nogales wrote, for psychological slavery to occur, research studies have found that 4 typical situations arise. It's perception of a threat, physical or psychological, and the conviction that misinformation can really occur. Appreciation of small acts of kindness by the abuser towards the victim. The other thing is isolation from others. Conviction that one is unable to escape the situation. Instead of a technical sounding speech, I'd just like to affirm to the board the commitment to educate our kids, our children, to compete in and contribute to the marketplace and to our community, and as well as respecting families to instill values. Please let the moms and dads do that. And then also thank you for your pursuit and in these principalities and in these principles that are in the future. Please leave parenting to kids and let's get back to reading, writing, and arithmetic and getting out there and promoting America. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Deborah, we have Eileen McDermott-Gundett, please.
Hi, my name is Deborah Cam. I'm a longtime resident of Orange County, and I've been an advocate for children with disabilities for over 20 years. I'd like to inform you about what's going on at Irvine Unified School District, and I'd like to see if it's sanctioned by the Superintendent's Legal Services Division, because I understand that that division provides legal services to school districts. I spoke for the first time at an Irvine Unified School Board meeting a year ago regarding a discrimination complaint regarding a child with a disability. 1 week later, I received a notification that the staff were blocking all of my emails. And I could only communicate to attorneys at 2 private law firms. All of my emails to board members and staff bounced, even though I have a child in the district. I continued to speak at a few more board meetings, reading factual information about the special education director and my concerns. And the president of the board threatened summary termination of my right to speak at the board meetings. The ACLU got involved and admonished Irvine Unified, and actually threatened to sue Irvine Unified for having an unconstitutional policy that prohibited criticism of any employee by a member of the public. This ban on my communication has continued for over a year. Attorneys respond to almost all of my emails, and an attorney comes to the IEP meetings even though I do not have an attorney, and the U.S. Department of Ed frowns upon attorneys attending IEP meetings anyway. At least 10 other parents at Irvine Unified School District have been put on the so-called communication plan, based solely on unfounded allegations, with no due process, no way to defend yourself, and these bans can continue indefinitely. This is a war on parents, and it's here in Orange County and definitely in Irvine Unified School District. Now, what's interesting is when I asked for public records of all the parents who've been put on these plans, interestingly, they don't keep track. So they said they were only giving me the 10 that they could remember offhand. In addition, the superintendent's office has copied and pasted information I posted on a private Facebook group, obviously surveilling me, and put that quote in a public record. Now, the quote was completely benign. Actually, I said happy anniversary because it's been a year since you've been blocking my emails. But they put that in a public record. Now, I just received the invoices of the 2 law firms that have been tracking me. $44,648 of your tax dollars have gone to surveilling my emails and tracking me at meetings. And I'm sorry, but I'm not that exciting. $44,000 wasted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Eileen McDermott, we have Linda Martinez, please.
Hi, good evening. My name's Eileen McDermott. I'm from San Juan Capistrano, and I come here with a different viewpoint. I come in opposition to Governor Newsom's and Al Mujeres' CRT and transgender agenda. And I worked in the medical field as a PA for Kaiser. I was there for 23 years, and I had worked in the medical field for 30. And I also was a religious education teacher. So worked with a lot of different kind of patients. In medicine, I worked in endocrinology. Besides the doctor that did the transgendering of our people, I always looked at my patients with love, no matter who they were, what they were. They were images of God. So, and I know that God created man and a woman. And there's no getting, a man could never have a child. And so I looked at these, my patients, and I felt I did diabetes, but I saw and took care of some of the transgender patients through family practice and just through, as they came through. What I saw was a very, very sad situation. And I saw them very sad, and a lot of them had mental health issues. Many of them had major depression after they had transitioned. They were on medications, and they were miserable. And when I did the religious education with the students, I found that with everything in the world going on, I found that these students, these young students from 4th grade to 9th grade, were so confused. And I just think that what we're doing to our children is we're going to pay a big price for it. And we need to bring God back into schools. And we need to bring the flag as the Pledge of Allegiance every day. And I can't tell you, my experience has been just humongous in seeing these people who many commit suicide because they've transitioned. What are we doing to these children? Does anybody even care about our children anymore? I mean, they are confused. And to give them a surgery that makes them not themselves, they're in this crossroad, and they need support and love, mostly love. They need love. And we all need to love them.
Thank you.
After Linda, we have Mo Consuelo Gutierrez.
Thank you so much for this opportunity of speaking before you. I appreciate your leadership and everything that you do for our students. This is my first time here, even though I'm an advocate for education for more than 20 years. And it saddens my heart that I had to come here because we need to find solutions to what's happening at Anaheim Union High School District at Sycamore Junior High. Like I said, I've been involved and an advocate for so many years. I'm currently a school site council member at Sycamore Junior High, and all along with 3 other parents, we have been advocating for safety. I know that you are probably aware that our principal was assaulted at the front of our school, and unfortunately, it took that long for somebody to take action. It seemed to me that our children's lives didn't matter until she was assaulted physically. I'm here because there's 4 things that I want to talk to you about, which is safety, drugs, marijuana smoking inside the classrooms, vaping inside the classrooms, physical assaults and sexual assaults in the school grounds. I have filed a report with Anaheim PD because my child was assaulted at that school. The lack of safety at Sycamore Junior High made me feel encouraged to become a volunteer at Sycamore Junior High because I did not trust what was going on that campus. During that time, I have seen so much negligence to our students. Parents have been silenced at what they see. Students' voices have been silenced as well. We need to restore the safety of our campus, and we are requesting that a more experienced principal who can lead the school to success is in place. We request that our superintendent, Michael Matsuda, is more responsive and give us answers to the situation we face. And if he cannot be able to do so, to be removed, because the safety of our students is not to be bargained or negotiated with. It should be it should be the best interest of our children that we take a look at and that we protect. We feel that we have no one that we can go to for answers. Our board is not responsive to us, and we cannot continue without accountability from the school principal and a UHSD superintendent. I urge this board to please help us, parents, with this situation. I trust that with your leadership and guidance, we will restore the trust that we have lost and help future students at Sycamore have a better experience than the one that we have had this year. All we ask is protection for our students, transparency, and like always, I say, in God we trust. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Following Mo Consuelo Gutierrez, we have Florita Sheldon.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Consuelo Gutiérrez. Tengo un hijo en la escuela Sycamore de Anaheim, California. Estoy aquí.
Thank you. My name is Consuelo Gutierrez. I have a son in the school Sycamore.
Estoy aquí porque en varias ocasiones mi hijo ha sido asaltado a golpes dentro de la escuela Sycamore.
I am here because my son has been assaulted several times at the school Sycamore
En pleno salón de clases.
in the classroom.
Lo he reportado en el concilio escolar y me dice la principal, aquí no es el lugar adecuado para reportar esto.
I reported this to the committee in the school, and the principal said that that's not the place to report that.
Lo he reportado en el cafecito con la directora, tampoco es el lugar indicado para reportar eso.
I have reported that also in the cafecito.
Sí.
And they said that that's not the proper place to do that either.
Lo reporté en un foro comunitario que hubo ahí en la escuela Sycamore, tampoco era el lugar indicado. Estoy aquí para buscar el lugar indicado porque a mi hijo me lo han dejado con el ojo así.
And I also did it in a focus group, and they said that it's not the proper place to do that. And I'm here to find out what is the proper place to do that.
Soy asistente médico. En enero del 2020 entré a la escuela Sycamore como voluntaria porque ya no quería que mi hijo fuera más golpeado.
I am an assistant, medical assistant, and I volunteer at the school in 2020 because I didn't want to see my son. They left a black eye on him.
Encontré varios niños, y es lo que más me duele, mareados, haciéndose así, caminando así. En mi escuela me enseñaron a identificar el estado de salud de las personas.
I, I'm sorry. I saw several students in the school that they were walking like the way she's doing it, and I was taught to look at the to see the way of the students are being acting.
El primer día no lo documenté porque no tuve valor, tuve miedo. Era muy grande lo que iba a denunciar.
The first day I didn't put a report because it was something big.
El segundo día un niño se acercó a mí y hacía... Dije, ay, este niño me está pidiendo ayuda.
The second day I got another student that approached me and he did blah 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 and I said, oh, he is asking for help.
Entonces fui a la security y le dije, este niño se siente así, se ve así, se hace así. Dice la security, ¿se ve raro? Le digo, sí.
So I went up to the security and I said that this student is acting like this, and he said, does he look weird? And I said, yes.
La directora se molestó conmigo porque denuncié eso, porque lo documenté. Le mandé un correo electrónico. Al pasar del tiempo, yo fui mandando varios correos electrónicos de lo que observaba.
The principal got upset because I reported that, and then I continued reporting what was happening.
Como padre de familia, no soy bienvenido en la escuela Sycamore. Me repudia la directora.
I am not welcome as a parent at the school. The principal hates me.
Vi cómo varios niños se tocaban sexualmente,
I saw how
sentándose uno al otro, haciéndose así. Discúlpenme los ademanes, pero es la realidad.
I saw a lot of students touching each other sexually and sitting on top of each other, going like that. And I apologize for doing those body.
El día de ayer observé como un niño, no sé si le quería dejar caer una piedra a mi hijo en la cabeza de este size y gordita así.
Yesterday I saw how a student had a huge rock like this and he was going to drop it on my son's face.
Mi hijo no se dio cuenta porque estaba acostado en una mesa, en una banca de cemento que está ahí en Sycamore. Y tenía su suéter puesto en la cabeza. Afortunadamente mi hijo no se dio cuenta, pero yo sí.
My son didn't realize what's happening because he was laying down on a bench and he had a sweater on him and he didn't see what was happening, but I saw because it was there.
La señorita de seguridad inmediatamente cuando vio al niño con la piedra corrió hacia mi hijo. Regreso a ver yo así. El niño dejó caer la piedra como a 5 centímetros de la cabeza de mi hijo al suelo.
Security came running and the child who had the rock just let the rock like 5 centimeters away from my son's head.
Gracias. Your time is up.
Se le acabó el tiempo.
Thank you por escucharme.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
After Florida, we have our last speaker, who is Portia Fisher.
Hello, my name is Florida Sheldon. I have a junior in El Medino High School. I'd like to present this to the board. This is a letter that I wrote to the principal of El Medina, as well as the local board there. This has to do with Planned Parenthood showing up at my daughter's school last week. I was surprised because this had nothing to do with any kind of class event. I was shocked because, first of all, you know, as part of like in the corporate world, in order for any kind of third party to be affiliated with your organization, they have to align with a very high ethical standard. So I'm really shocked that Planned Parenthood was allowed as a third party based on their ethical record in the school. So I requested information from the principal as to what funding supported Planned Parenthood to be on campus, as well as any kind of program that allowed that to occur. This was considered, I did receive a message from the principal last week. Actually, it was a call to my daughter's dad, a text message, in which the principal had mentioned that this event was hosted by a student committee, the Democratic Committee, and had no funding aligned to it. So this is nothing to do, supposedly that was acceptable. I know that it to be untrue because as a parent, I know at El Medina, if you have a child that's involved in extracurricular event and you want to provide a ride to your child and maybe somebody else within the band or sports team that they, to another event, that you do have to have permission from the district after a background check. So I don't believe that Planned Parenthood, just out of the blue, out of their hearts, decided to show up at El Medina. I did go ahead and explain to, I did explain to El Medina the history of my daughter, who was actually a graduated from El Medina 2018. She was, as part of GSA, she had a meeting that occurred at Planned Parenthood. I didn't know what that was. I didn't understand until I read a book about 2 years after she graduated, in which it explained that Planned Parenthood is there to go ahead and support gene therapy. Afterwards, my daughter, at age 19, she had a mastectomy, and she also, after graduating the top 20 of her class, she dropped out of college. I want to ask you, is that the kind of quality lifestyle we are promoting within our educational system? So I have a request to the board to please provide answers to my questions. I would like to submit this for the board to review if possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Last speaker, Portia.
Hi, my name is, it's actually Portia.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, no, everybody does it. And I apologize. I want to say, bless your heart, Mama back there. I can't imagine. I've been an educator for 30 years. I've taught in public schools. I now actually teach homeschool students, and I apologize, I wasn't prepared to speak either. I just was planning to come. But I think everyone in here can hopefully agree that we're in a massive battle between good and evil. Not here, any of the people here, just because we don't necessarily agree doesn't mean that some of us are evil and some of us are good, but the agenda behind all that's going on is definitely a war and a battle between good and evil. In the early 1900s, Rockefeller was very clear about his plans for America. He coined the term quackery for naturopathic medicine and pushed everyone toward allopathic medicine because it uses pharmaceuticals. Maintained a naturopath till the day he died, but convinced everyone else that they were quacks. He also wrote some very disturbing and troubling words about public education. And his goals ultimately were that the schools would be the place where children got all they needed, taking away the need for the parents. So I think that everything everyone has said tonight goes to that root of taking the parents out of the equation. For years, we've seen that they've tried to take the parents out of the home by encouraging everyone to work full time, so there's no one there in the afternoons when our sweet kids are home, by doing Common Core math curriculum that parents can't understand, so the kids can only get their knowledge from the teachers. And believe me, there are a lot of really good teachers, and there are a lot of teachers that don't agree with these very, very evil agendas. But like with everything, there are some. And if we parents don't have the opportunity completely, fully to be involved, and I know it seems like parents have the option to opt out. When my kids were in school, you had to opt in. Now they make it very difficult for parents to opt out. So I just hope that everyone here knows that this real battle is not with us. It's with the powers above that want us to be divided.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you all so much for your public comment. We're listening with open ears. At this point, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back at 7:25 to resume the last bit of the meeting. Thank you all so much. Beautiful audience, we're going to
What
go ahead and
street?
get started.
What street? Oh, hi. Pardon me?
Thank y'all.
Hold on, hold on.
All right, we are on item number 12. Nina, do we have any charter submissions?
We do.
We have charter submissions.
We had one charter submission.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Making
Lovely
sure my mic-
audience, if you're going to stay, stay, and zip your lip. If you're going to go, go. Thank you. Bye.
We had one charter submission, Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 countywide petition was submitted on May 1st. So,
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. This will bring us to items 13 and 14. I'll call Renee Hendrick to the podium.
Good evening, President Sparks and members of the board. Thank you for allowing the superintendent to conduct this hearing for public input to the CSEA proposal to the superintendent for the 2023-24 school year. You have the copies in front of you, I believe. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask if we have any public comments regarding this item.
there are no public comments.
Hearing no comments, this hearing is now closed.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your patience.
One more.
Oh, one more. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, President Sparks, members of the board. Thank you for allowing the superintendent to conduct this hearing for public input into the superintendent's proposal to CSEA for the 2023-24 school year. At this time, do we have any public comments on this item?
There are no public comments on this item.
Hearing no comments, this hearing is now closed.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes. Okay. This brings us to communication information discussion. Do we have any comments related to communication or information from any board members?
I have a couple things
Okay.
to say. I would like, with the unanimous consent of our board, to recognize Mr. Scott Glab. Mr. Scott Glab is a 30-year teacher and wrestling coach from the Santa Ana Unified School District. I think Al actually knows Mr. Glab. Scott is a patient of mine, and he wrote a book. He's a very passionate man about his input and effect upon the young men and women in Santa Ana. It's called A Saint in the City, and he actually made a curriculum, social content curriculum that was approved actually by Tony Thurmond, the California Department of Education. The book comes from Liberty House Publishing, and I think it may be a potential good resource for our staff. I'll give it to you, the good doctor there. It tells about the stories of the wrestlers and the lives that he changed in the Santa Ana School District, the kids who are gang members and who he encouraged to become or get involved in the wrestling team. And he gives all these stories about their lives. And it's truly a wonderful book, enlightening and refreshing about how lives were changed. But it's approved by the State Curriculum Committee. So if we can, with unanimous consent, have him recognized by certificate so we can give to him at the next meeting. His story is quite remarkable, Scott.
I'll second it if that's a.
Yeah, let's make an official motion then.
You don't need to do it because it's not on the agenda. It's just a consensus item
Oh,
that
I
he's asking if there's support, then we'll add that to the agenda.
Yeah. And so I'd like to give this to our good doctor here. And I think it's inspirational to see the lives that this individual. Oh, here's a teacher's guide along with it, sir. Yeah. I think it's inspirational because it's local. It happened here in Orange County, and he's quite a human being. And I'd like to recognize his efforts. I don't think anyone has recognized his efforts as a school teacher here in Orange County, and I'd like this board to recognize him. Just a couple thoughts. Just from public comments, I'd like to comment on.
You want to wait till board comments?
Oh, we can wait, yeah.
Okay, just hold that thought.
Okay.
That would be awesome. Okay, before we get to board comments, which we're almost there, do we have any announcements from the superintendent or deputy superintendent?
Just a reminder that your next board meeting is June 7th, and we have 2 board meetings in June. So June 7th and the 21st. And submission deadline for the 7th is May 24th. And board packets will be delivered to each of you on June 2nd. And in your red folders, you have some communications that were received in the board email. And we wanted to make sure you got those, as well as the Esplanade Quarterly Report. There's no report on that at this meeting. Renee will do updates throughout the year, but we wanted to give you some written communication, and we included some on the back table for the public.
Okay, perfect. That brings us to legislative updates, which we do have an update, actually, from the most recent efforts in Washington, D.C. So I'll sort of start to describe what kind of hard work we've in all the various meetings that we've engaged in the last week or so. By way of background, recall that we hired David Turch and Associates. They invited us to the nation's capital to meet with legislatures and determine board priorities. I essentially told them that we are very pro public school choice board, and we really recognize how charter schools can be a vehicle to address all sorts of issues, particularly social ills, and really lift up students who may have certain preferences for charter schools. Maybe it's a learning environment that suits them better than their local district school. And I explained, we have a lot of problems to address in California, which all of the elected officials are trying to address in various ways. But the board's primary responsibilities, as I explained, are the budget and approval of the budget, expulsion and interdistrict transfers and expulsion appeals, and of course authorizing high-quality charter schools. And I felt like we have a niche here of opportunity. This is the space where we can really make a difference. So we wanted to use the board's jurisdiction in the best way possible, based in large part on testimony that we had received at our board meetings. I developed a notion that there should be a charter school exclusively devoted to foster youth and those who are housing insecure and other insecure food insecurities, etc. So the legislators that I met thought that it was a pretty good idea. I explained how we can't solve all of California's problems, but this is a niche area where we really can stop a potential pattern. Most of the families that are at our charter schools, and the particular one that we focused on to obtain funding, parents have become homeless not for any fault of their own. They're often working double jobs, and maybe their rent was raised and they got kicked out of their apartment, and they're just in a tight spot and need that extra help. So I explained this basic idea and was very encouraged. And so I started working with DTA and as well as Greg Rowland from Height, Brown, and Bonesteel to sort of sharpen the focus around this idea. How do we help these students who need their safety and security needs met? They need a place to lay their head at night. They need to know that they have food on the table so that they can learn and have a chance and a pathway to maybe college, maybe trade school, but to that next step, to be employed and not fall into a footstep that they may have found their parents in. So as you know, one of the charters that we authorized, Scholarship Prep, has been a very unique success story. As I really examined the various charters, we thought this might be a really good place to start. They're 88% free and reduced lunch, and over 50% are either foster youth or homeless. Despite those challenges, in 2018, they were in the top 1% in Orange County, not only in in language arts and English, but in math. That's just a remarkable achievement. And then in 2020, they were awarded a California Distinguished School. So Scholarship Prep has dedicated already $4 million to acquire land and develop a residential dormitory to house students and families on campus. So we have proof of concept that this model of fulfilling the Maslow's hierarchy of needs can really help achieve higher learning outcomes Samuel Academy is one of those examples. They have a lot of private funders supporting the similar arrangements and have resulted in dramatically improved test scores from D's and F's to A's and B's, mostly A's. And so again, when our basic needs can be met, then we have opportunity to open up possibility of learning and higher learning outcomes. So it's just an idea that makes sense. And as an academic and researcher, this just sort of came to me. This is an area that where we can make a difference. So I vetted it across various legislatures. I'm gonna list all the meetings and people that I had talked to. So the pitch was basically the board submitted a request, several requests actually, for an additional $1 million of funding to close the gap on this initiative and help scholarship prep with wraparound services to help these foster and homeless youth and give these families that kind of boost that they need to overcome this spot that they find themselves in that's not permanent, but a temporary spot, and make sure that these kids can learn and have a pathway to college and or trade school. So what does this mean? It would be, these wraparound services would be things like, moving toward security rather than insecurity along food and shelter, staffing, life skills training, playgrounds, which they don't have, and basically think of the icing, adding the icing on the cake to what the good and responsible funds that have been saved by and set aside by scholarship prep, and to give them that extra $1 million to complete the project. So I can't be more excited about how this idea has been received and the programs and progress that we've made. And at this point, I'll introduce Mr. Rowland to kind of go a little bit deeper dive on the progress that indeed we made last week and that I was able to do through the various meetings that I had. Mr. Rowland.
Thank you, President Sparks. As you recall, at the last meeting, we brought Washington, D.C. to Orange County. Last month, we returned the favor. We, as you recall, in March 2023, through David Turch and Associates, the board had congressionally directed funding requests on behalf of scholarship prep to the following offices: Senator Dianne Feinstein, Senator Alex Padilla, Representative Lou Correa, where scholarship prep is located in his district, Representative Mike Levin, and Representative Young Kim. These requests were...
And Michelle Steele as well.
And Michelle Steele's office as well, I apologize. These requests included letters of support from local elected officials, including, but not limited to, Chairman Don Wagner, Assembly members Lori Davies, Kate Sanchez, and Tree Ta, and of course, Congresswoman Kim. Senator Feinstein's office showed the most immediate interest. She moved so quickly that on March 24th, President Sparks, myself, and Elaine Temple had a meeting with Senator Feinstein's office, Jeanette Kristen, her local legislative aide. That went so well, she came out and did an on-site visit at Scholarship Prep with the aforementioned principals, as well as the Executive Director of Scholarship Prep, Jason Watts. And we reported on that meeting at our last board meeting. That prompted invitations from federal officials to come to Washington and explain the project and the priorities. So from April 24th through the 26th, President Sparks and I met with both senators, both California senators, and the entire Orange County congressional delegation. As you might imagine, on Monday we met with Representative Correa's office first. The representative had not yet returned from California, so we met with his legislative correspondent, Elizabeth Berry. She, President Sparks, explained the virtue of having this pilot project in his district. Ms. Berry said she would carry the project to the senator and to the representative, I should say, and offer letters of support. Monday afternoon, we had one of our most interesting and productive meetings. We went to the Department of Justice and met with the Office on Community-Oriented Policing Services, otherwise known as COPS. And if you see security in the movies, that's what this was like. We went through multiple levels of security, wanding on the outside, inside, 2 levels of security, They found metal in my body I didn't know was there.
Yeah, we couldn't get him through.
I
many
couldn't get
times.
through. But more importantly, President Sparks shared the project, and they responded by talking about several grants and micro grants that would be available to us through not only the board, but also local law enforcement. So we have a law enforcement officer on our board, so Orange County Deputy Sheriff Ken Williams figured prominently in those discussions. But based in large part on those meetings, just today, we submitted an additional request through the COPS School Violence Prevention Program for school hardening assistance such as security cameras and metal detectors. 80% of life is just showing up. The following morning, we met with Congresswoman Young Kim. She could not have been more welcoming. She could not have been more well informed. She knew about the project, and she took about an hour of her schedule to talk not only about our project, but also other charter school homeless initiatives. Very productive meeting. We went directly from that meeting to meet with Taylor DeBard of Senator Feinstein's office. She was intelligent, supportive, energetic, and she was very familiar with the charter school movement as she was a graduate from High Tech High in Chula Vista. So she had a special place in her heart for the charter school movement, as does the senator, and she said she would shepherd the project through, bring it through appropriations, and report back to us on the appropriations process. Nothing's been posted yet. Then we went from Senator Feinstein's office to Senator Padilla's office. We met with a charming young gentleman named Julian Garcia. He was Senator Padilla's legislative correspondent. And because he was the son of a public school teacher, he told us his mother would make sure he followed up on this. So far, so good. Next morning, we went directly to Congresswoman Katie Porter's office. It was a flurry of activity, as one might imagine, but we met with her legislative assistant, Emily Hopkins, who was given to us because she has a background in child development, and she assured us that the project was novel, necessary, and she would bring it to the Congresswoman's attention personally. We followed that meeting with Congressman Mike Levin from the 49th District. Again, he was well-informed, transparent, and he had a very disciplined approach to appropriations. He sat us down and said, "This is exactly how I do my appropriations." It was very impressive. He offered to work with Congressman Correa on the project. He offered a letter of support, and he also gave his personal cell phone number to our board president. So he does appear interested. And then that afternoon, we ended the day with a meeting with Michelle Steele from the 45th District. And again, I'm gratified she took time, we're gratified she took so much time out of her busy schedule because she had 16 meetings that day. And she met with, we met with her executive assistant, Ken Vondermullen, and again, she offered to carry the letter of support and shepherd it through the Congress. So all in all, the collective wisdom was that the meetings went very well. But as I say, but wait, there's more. We met with Gregory McGinnity of the California Charter Schools Association, and President Sparks was interviewed for a nationally syndicated television radio show right outside the Rayburn building. She talked about our project, our board, and our community. So that was really great fun to watch her stand there in the rain and talk. So with that, I can answer any questions the board may have.
I do have some comments.
Can you get closer to the mic?
So we've been criticized for reaching out and lobbying, taking up taxpayers' funds, but I think what you just presented, both of you, is foundational to what we are doing here, and that's helping this community. This particular project is phenomenal. It's your brainchild. It's your baby that you're birthing. Congratulations on that. I know that you have a great amount of passion. And I thank you for the extra time that you've done, because what you're doing is making this county good and better. And you make us look good. So thank you for that.
Yes, I would say well done.
Thank you.
President Sparks, I want to congratulate you sincerely congratulate you on all of your efforts. I toured scholarship prep myself. I met with Jason Watts. The idea is fantastic. It needs to be expanded. And quite frankly, with respect to Greg and his time, I wonder if the people criticizing the bills that we continue to authorize are listening to the efforts that we are making on behalf of homeless children in Orange County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point.
May I just stay up here and do the report out?
Yes, why don't you do your report out? Yes.
It's a long way back to that seat. This is the report out for the closed session on May 3rd, 2023. As to closed session item number 1, the board offered direction to council. The board was unanimous in their vote. We took a roll call in closed session. So trustees Sparks, Shaw, Williams, Valdez, and Barkey all voted in the affirmative to give council direction on a matter of existing litigation. With regard to closed session matters, I should say, 2 through 5, the board received information from council and no action was taken. As to closed session item number 6, there was nothing done with regard to closed session item number 6. There was no action taken, no information provided. And as Jonathan Brenner says, and that is the report out from closed session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for the update, the details on the legislative update. Okay, any committee reports from anyone? All right, and that brings us to board member comments. And I know that Trustee Williams had a few comments to make.
I'm just brief and he's finished.
Okay. You want to briefly go first?
Okay.
You?
I do, but
Okay. All right, William, you're up.
Okay. So to the commentary about my red face, I'm not angry. I'm actually very happy. I have a medical condition called rosacea, and it's red because of photosensitization of a medication I use for my cholesterol. So let's set the record straight. Let's also set the record straight because there's no confusion about what we do here, right? Unlike what the politics are being brought in for a campaign that hasn't begun yet, we are voices for quite a few things. Number one, the rights of parents to direct the upbringing of their children and advancing public charter schools and parental choice. We oppose woke curriculum and related curriculum like CRT. We support back to basics and imparting critical thinking skills to our children. We ultimately and truly believe in protecting the innocence of children, unlike some people out there who want to destroy the innocence of children. We care about our children's emotions, we care about the well-being of our communities, and we do not hate people who may differ with us on culture, on religious faith. We may disagree on public policy and governance, but that's pretty bad when we get called haters and that we're advancing hate mongering. I don't think that's a good public discourse. And of course, as we saw today, we advance the concept of patriotism and love for this country. And one last thing, as I shared, I am actually very happy. I'm a happy person, but I'm especially overjoyed because as I first shared with the public, boy, back in August, the pregnancy of my wife after 5 years of infertility and IVF, we had a child. Oh, you'll love it. The story gets better. So we have a child. She's pregnant, first pregnancy. But then she has cervical incompetence and delivers a 23-week-old baby. A 23-week-old baby that the world would say, the pro-abortionists would say, doesn't deserve to live, and they don't care if they die. My son was born prematurely at 23 weeks. He shouldn't have been born until just last week, actually. But he survived the trauma, and the parents survived the trauma of a neonatal intensive care unit. And that baby's with me today, and I'll be more than happy to show you pictures. I don't know where he's going to go in life if there's any developmental delays. But he's a big fat baby, and he's 8.5 pounds. And we're taking him home next week. So I'm extremely happy. I'm extremely happy. God has blessed me and has performed a miracle with this child, because he was not supposed to live. He was supposed to have cerebral palsy. He was supposed to have autism. He was supposed to be ventilator dependent. He was supposed to have a trach. And mom and dad sat there traumatized for almost 5 months now. But I'm happy to tell everybody here that my son, Kenny is his name, he'll be coming home in another week or two. That's it.
Wow. Well, we should have ended on that note, but we have a few more comments.
I'll be much shorter. I'll start by thanking Ken for everything he did for today, because that's his baby, the Jack Hammett, and we appreciate that. And I know you go to a lot of work, so thank you for that. And then I was just going to mention that I recently went to Nova Academy down in Santa Ana, right near the courthouse, and did exit interviews, and that's always fun. I think it's my 4th year going down there. And along with the very fun mayor of Santa Ana and the person in charge of student services at Santa Ana College, we all 3 got awards, Soaring Eagle Awards, so it was more fun than expected. And on Monday, I will be at Garden Grove District Dinner, I suppose, something like that. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Trustee Valdez.
Boy, I have to say the public comments today were pretty good. There was a lot to comment on. There was a comment about us reaching out to our transgender community. In response to that, I want to say that I have joined in a request to Dr. Maharis that the board be able to hire a staff member under our direction to assist us with that. This is a very part-time position, and having someone to assist with emails and communications, I think, is essential to our cause and the things that we're trying to do in this community. So I clearly heard that. As far as the legal cases that we support that don't serve the public interest, I reject that entirely. Every case is important. I've reviewed them personally myself. What we are doing here most certainly serves the public interest. As far as Dr. Maharis's legal bills, interesting requests. I'd like to see them. I did not know that they were not public. As far as our lobbying efforts, we have our position. I'm sure Dr. Maharis has his, and he has his own lobbyist. I don't understand why we are being criticized for having ours. As far as Mr. Rowland's legal bills, I want to remind the public that the $360,000 we spent last year of the $420 million budget of this department represents 0.00085% of this department's budget. I continue to believe that what we are doing very much serves the public interest, and that percentage is warranted. There was a comment about controlling the messaging coming from the department. I'm not sure, it's appropriate for us to control Dr. Maharis's messaging. He can have his own messaging. I would like to have ours. So I'm not sure that that's, we live in a free country, and he can send out whatever messages he feels are appropriate, and I think we should be able to send out our own. There was some negative comments today about Dr. Maharis, and while perhaps myself and some of the other board members, we may not agree with Dr. Maharis on every issue, I really would urge everyone, ad hominem attacks against our superintendent are just not appropriate. They're not appropriate here. They're not appropriate anywhere else. He's an honorable person. We disagree on some fundamental issues, but we need to do that in an honorable way, in an honorable way that serves the public discourse. attacks on Dr. Maharis are just simply not warranted. So that's all I have.
Thank you, George. I have just one additional comment for my board comments, and it's regarding the questions about the OSHA investigation. And I just want to I wanted to address superintendent as well as Nina. You can carry the message, but I can understand why you may not want to report on an ongoing investigation, as you had mentioned at our prior meeting. However, we asked y'all to initiate this investigation so that we want to be absolutely positive, and I think I speak for the board, but you guys jump in. We want to be absolutely positive that no students at the Orange County School of the Arts are in any danger whatsoever. This is very, very important to us. You know that safety in the schools is a #1 priority for me, and I believe for my board members as well. We need parents and students to know right here, right now, that their students are safe at OSHA.
And I would comment that the superintendent and this office also support that same idea that all students deserve to be safe and should be safe. And just as you all mentioned at previous board meetings, that if for any reason there is a suspicion of abuse of any shape, form, that they should be contacting law enforcement. We continue to stress that. I know that the superintendent has reached out to local law enforcement to see if anything has been reported, and we continue to do that. So we want to make sure that the board's aware that that continues to be something that's monitored as well. So we only know what we know, and just as this board does, but due diligence is being done.
Yeah, I mean, noted. You know, we all of us need parents and students to know that if you do witness a crime or believe a crime has occurred, you should report it to the Santa Ana Police Department. So on behalf of the board, I'm going to direct our board counsel, if I may, Mr. Rowland, to also contact law enforcement officials to determine whether there's been any criminal complaints with regard to these public comments. So, you know, they know that we're hearing them and doing all we can as well as a board. So I just wanted to make those comments and put that out there. Yes.
I have
Trustee
one more
Williams.
comment, Madam President. Since the issue of Mr. Rowland's legal bills have come up, can we agendize at the next meeting a little report out to the public so they understand how we got to this place? I'd like to place it on the next agenda, if you can do that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes.
Just a request or a comment, I guess. If you are in fact agendizing that to discuss, I think the public also deserves to know that when you're in current litigation, that those bills are not public, because that's part of the challenge with the dialogue, because the board's lawsuit against the superintendent, people have on both sides asked for the board's litigation bills. They've asked for the superintendent's litigation bills. And I think that's something that maybe council could have some conversation to craft whatever the messaging would be. But I think that that's one of the things that is confusing to the public as well.
Well, are redacted bills available to the public during active litigation, Mr. Rowland? I thought they were. The unredacted, I know, are not. Could you help us understand that?
I'm going to try. The board, the bills that we have in our litigation against the superintendent and the superintendent's bills that he incurred in the litigation against us, they're private. They're not on any board agenda because it's ongoing litigation. Maybe we could get them now, but that's a legal discussion to be had. What's different with my bills is that the board passed a policy to have redacted legal bills available to the public. The board didn't have to do that. No other board in the state of California has their lawyers' bills on a public agenda. But the board had that policy, readily agreed to that policy. And of course, it's exposed to some criticism, but so be it. This is the decision the board made. So the public requests for the superintendent's legal bills were coming from the public. They weren't coming from us. And we understand that certain bills are confidential. And
So,
before I say more, yeah.
so bills in litigation are not public documents?
Correct. The theory behind it is attorney-client privilege and attorney work product privilege. If you're seeing what's being done on the bill, all they'd have to do is read Mr. Brenner's bills to go, oh my God, look what they're going to do. So it demonstrates attorney work product and attorney-client privilege. And several people.
So that's for active litigation.
Active
But if the
litigation.
litigation's
And-
over, like the one we finished off with the general counsel,
Yeah.
is that public?
I don't think so, but I haven't researched that in a little while. But the question is completed litigation, are those bills public? I'm guessing the amounts may be, but not the
I
billing
think the
entries.
amounts would be, that would address what the public is asking for. But I think your idea to have a report out at next meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
know more about that.
Yeah. Okay,
Before I say more.
then I think it's a wrap, unless
Rest-
anybody else has
Make a
anything else.
motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, second.
Yes.
Third, adjourn. All right, see you next month.